Yes, I should, but there is none left. No, there is some left for breakfast. If you can get here in time for breakfast, you're more than welcome. How are we doing? Happy Friday. What's going on with that? You know what? If I do this, and then we go. No. Alright, let me fix that. Yeah, at least it's Friday. It's been a week full of Mondays. Oh, not that one. Why do none of these work? I need to reset these because I've kind of changed what I've done with the green screen. It's not on a stand anymore. It's hanging from the ceiling, so it's a bit further back, so I can tuck it behind the door. So I'm not going to waste time sorting that out. I'm just going to go bosh. The weekend has been achieved. Oh, you're working tomorrow. That's rough. Oh yeah, because you said you were going. Yeah, you're going to the other site, right? Yeah, the working on the weekend, man. That's not fun. Not fun for anybody. Hopefully, you're getting a bit of a bonus rate or a nice bit of time off in lieu. It's always nice. Oh. Well, I've got I'm off work for the weekend, but family wants me to help assemble a shed. Assemble a shed. Oh, that sounds like more work than I've done all week, to be honest with you. A 2-hour drive in the morning. Ugh. Yeah. Coffee and radio, and just zone out until you get home. That's my advice. But yeah, I've actually got a long weekend this weekend. I'm off on Monday. Because I've got a doctor's appointment on Monday, but it's one of those like where it's kind of they've got to do a lot of different tests. So I figured I'd book it off, and that way I don't have to dick about with. Oh, I'll be right back for an hour and check back in work later on and keep an eye on my emails and stuff. I'll just take the day off, and then whatever time I get extra. Oh no, I get to stream Aurora or something else. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how Monday goes. If I feel alright after the testing, I'll do some Aurora. If not, then I'll play something else. I might do it offline. We'll see how I feel. But yeah, nice 3-day weekend, and we've got D&D on Sunday as well, so that'll go nice. Cabling, so yeah, just zone out and just do it. Yeah. I mean, you're at the point where you could probably just do that in your sleep and wake up and just be like, what happened? Why am I surrounded by cables? And what's that fucking tester thing called? The beep thing with all different lights on it. I've got one somewhere. Right. Anyway, the plan today. We are in dire need of duranium. We have, and actually probably neutronium as well, but I think we have some neutronium on, is it Venus? Or Mars? Is that Ganymede? No, it's Mars. Mars has got a good amount, low accessibility, but uranium we've got on Mars, but we need much more. And also the accessibility on this is going downhill fast. So next door, well, virtually next door, in the system we've been scouting out with our new Gwent class ships, we have this lovely planet which is uninhabitable, and it is because it's a Venusian atmosphere, but it's also because of ridiculously high pressure, and I think the gravity on it is outside of our range as well. Yeah, except for gravity, no. So I don't think we could ever get this terraformed to the point where it would be hospitable. But we can do auto mines, and we can have, like we've got with Venus with terraforming, we can have auto mines with space colonies. The one thing we need to be worried about is we need enough ground defenses to ensure that the space stations don't get ganked, basically. So let's do that. So I think we need to design some new ground forces. We also need to design an invasion force for the other planet in that system, which is this one. This is where the Procyon aliens are currently residing. There is a ground force there, and there is a population, but we don't know anything about it just yet. Well, we think there's a population. We know there's definitely ground forces. There isn't a there's a thermal or an EM signature on the planet, but we don't know enough about what that necessarily means yet. These guys. Yeah, there's a EM and a thermal signature. I don't know if that means it's just related to the ground forces or if there's an actual pop there. But we will see. Oh my god, sorry, I'm just going to blow my nose. Okay. Hopefully I managed to catch the mute microphone button there, not deafen you all. Right, so we know that their ground forces as well were about 25k. So if we assume that they are very well entrenched, I'm gonna assume they have about 100k to 150k, because it's just a barren world, so it's not like it's got mountains and shit. This one is Rift Valley, so that if they were on there, that'd be shit. But our troops are here now, so that planet's pretty safe. Right, so let's do some ground force development. We probably also need to develop a new railgun. Unit class design. Let's check out our surface to orbit railgun weapons. Oh yeah, we designed the gauze cannons. We could use those as STOs, but they don't have the range. They do have multiple shots though, but so do railguns when you put them as quad. Although they have 6 shots in 5 rate of fire, so they have like they're like short range machine guns, right? So okay, let's grab our railgun. We could also design a bigger gauze cannon because we designed that to be fit on the ship, didn't we? So let's grab the railgun though, because that's what we've got the most tech points in. Our current railgun max range is 250. Rate of fire 15. This one would be 20. We probably want a rate of fire of 5. Yeah, well, I think what we'll do this one. We'll get a 30cm railgun with a long range, with a slower rate of fire, and we'll say this one is 22, 23. Prototype this one, and then we'll do a smaller one. Yeah, I think we need every 5 seconds. So we'll do the 12cm railgun. That's 120,000 kilometer range. Our current 5 rate of fires are 10 centimeters, so this is a 12, so that's 2 damage rather than 1. And they've also only got 50,000 range, whereas this is 120, so that's much, much better. We'll keep the shots as 4. Because then we're doing 2 damage with the 12 centimeter rather than the 10, and 4. So we're doing 8 damage pretty much if we hit every shot, every 5 seconds. Plus, what is that? 28 damage every 20 seconds on the long range. They're going to struggle to get out of range of that in any sort of quick time. What's this? If we make this as small as possible. Yeah, this quickest rate of fire we could have is 5 anyway, so. Let's build a similar. Do we have any lasers? So our best laser we could do is 80,000 kilometers. Does fire every 5 seconds. Does 4 damage. I don't know if you can put a spinal mount on a surface to orbit weapon, but the standard mount, yeah, we could very easily increase this tech because we've not done very much with lasers, so we could probably increase that quite quickly. What's the other one? Plasma carronade. Yeah, we just don't have the range for that because we've not done any of the tech. Particle beam. No lance technology, standard mount. Yeah, so we'll stick with the railguns for now. That'll do us. Right, so we want. First off, we need to reopen that. Static. Surface to orbit. I didn't see this option before. Interesting. So that changes the it makes it more expensive and slightly bigger. And a lower range. Why on earth would you choose this? I don't know why you would choose that. Maybe it's because of the gun I've selected. It looks like we need to research that those guns we've just made anyway. So let's work on the actual invasion force that we're going to work with. So let's design some new heavy-powered infantry armor marines. They don't need any capability for this world that we're about to invade. And there's no point in inflating the cost. If we were invading a jungle planet, then we would do, but let's do some improved personal weapons. So this one is 22, 23 heavy, yeah, so the improved personal weapons give us much, well, not much better, but better armor piercing. And because these are probably going to be the front line we're going to want higher armor piercing, because if they're going to be entrenched, we need to break their armor, don't we? So this is heavy assault infantry. You do want to be in combat. And then we'll have heavy gunner infantry. I feel like this. So the armor type here. I get that the armor type increases your base armor rate, but I feel like it should also affect your hit modifier. Like if you have heavier armor, sure, your armor rate goes up, but so does your hit modifier, like it does with the vehicles. But if you had lighter armor, maybe you can't take a hit, but you've got to combine that with a light vehicle, light armor. You're almost unhittable. If that makes sense. Because otherwise, why would you not pick heavy powered infantry? Man, I suppose it does increase the cost, doesn't it? So this costs 0.06, this costs 0.12, so it is double the cost. And when you start adding all this shit, it really does ramp up. So let's do... We probably do want a anti-vehicle infantry unit as well. Just in case we come across enemy tanks, but we could probably do with less of these. So this is a heavy LAV infantry, light anti-vehicle. So create that. And then we probably want... we do definitely want a headquarters. So 5,000 headquarters. Free armor, yep. The infantry HQ. And this one does want to avoid combat. We should probably also make a couple of vehicles, because we're going to have a couple of... So the formation I'm thinking is going to have... if it's going to be a 100k, and they're going to be all 5k battalions, then we're going to need a formation, sorry, a regiment of 25, so 5 lots of 5, and then a division of 4 of those. That gets us to about 100k. Yeah, we're also gonna need what's the thing? Light vehicle logistics. Reinforcement chopper. And this one does want to avoid combat. We are going to want probably a static headquarters for the rear echelon. Might as well make that heavy armor. So this is going to be a assault main hitch, assault regiment. No, this is going to be the rear echelon static HQ. Actually, rear echelon bunker HQ, because it's heavy armored as well. So that's 5k, and then we want a 25k This is the assault. Oscar, chill out, bro. Just Nick. Or was that someone at the door? That was someone at the door. Back in a sec. Okay, we're back. Apologies. Thought the takeaway guide forgot to deliver some stuff. No, it was just a random person delivering junk mail at 9:05 at night. Right, so this is the assault. We've got the individual battalion headquarters. This is the regiment. Assault regiment. HQ bunker. And then we want the assault divisional headquarters. I'm just giving them different names so it's much more obvious what they are. Okay. And I forgot to change this to 100. That's 10, that's 100. Let me get rid of the existing one so we don't get confused. This one, delete. And we want this one. Okay, so we've got all the headquarters we need. We should probably put an actual army one as well, but we don't necessarily need to invade. We're only invading a small outpost from the looks of things. Right, so we need... What have we done so far? Remind me. Done the reinforcement chopper. Okay, that was the last thing we properly did. So now we need some sort of tank. I'm gonna go with light vehicles because they've got more evasion. They've got less hit points, but they can still... They're not going to be fortified, so this really doesn't matter. But they're also smaller, so we should be able to fit more of them. And then we want them fit with... it's just the cost difference of medium autocannons, isn't it? We probably want the mediums, because these are going to be... I suppose I could do both. don't avoid combat. It will be funny. The tank does not do the damage because it is running like a little girl. LAC. Light autocannon. This probably wouldn't be a tank. So this is a light autocannon. Light vehicle, light armor, light autocannon. Tactical cheap. And then we want... We probably do want some sort of bombardment as well. So we'll get long range bombardment on... Ooh. Well, we've only got medium vehicle armor anyway, so let's do medium. Long range bombardment. So this is medium. 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 You do want to be in combat. And then we also want... oh, I've left them with crew served. I suppose that's good if they were to be getting attacked. But if they're getting attacked anyway, that's just not... It doesn't really matter, does it? Let's have... Heavy bombardment? No, we'll do a separate one. We'll do 2... Do a long range... twin artillery. Okay, let's get rid of that other one before I forget. That one, delete. And then we want a construction vehicle. Actually, let's do... No, construction vehicle. Construction equipment. So this is gonna be a medium. What's the yeah, here we go. Medium assault engineer. So they'll have construction equipment. They probably don't need armor. Or as much armor. Just to make them, I'm just thinking to make them cheaper. They're still going to be the same size. Yeah, if they're going to be the same size, we might as well give them the armor. There's no point. You can't make light vehicles through it, can you? No, light vehicles don't get construction. Okay, construction equipment and construction equipment, medium armor. Armored assault engineer. No, armored. It's kind of confusing because I've ticked avoid combat and called them combat engineers, but they're not. Right, that should be all the things we need. We just need to research them, and then we can build our formation templates. Right, who have we got? Probably just take all the labs off you by 2 and just give it to this guy and let him blast through this tech. Because it's not going to take him very long. It's going to take him 13 days for that. And they're all at the top, so let's get them all done. Add to queue. It's going to do a random order. Probably want this as well. So I'll let him get that one as well. That's only going to take him 1.5 years. Is it worth just unlocking all of this shit? Anti-air weapons, heavy anti-vehicle, heavy autocannons. Yeah. Super heavy bombardment. Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, let's unlock that as well. Okay, right, so that's those done. Next up, I had a thought, and I know that's dangerous for me. It's time to leave the shop. We also need to get those guns researched, so we can do the STOs. Oh, I didn't. I just built the project and I didn't queue up the research. Mats, ribbons. We want this. Rename this component. This is the short range. Actually, what was the range on that? Can anyone remember? Was it 120, I think, wasn't it? Railgun. So 12 was 120. Component, so this is going to be the 120 short range STO railgun. Excuse me. And then this one was, I think, 480 or 20. Just shorten that a little bit. 20. 5-second str. Copy that. Rename this component. This was a 20-second. So 420, 20-second str. And we want to research, and we want to research. Right. I will save this, and I'm going to be back in a little while. I'm just going to go sort the online shopping out, and then we'll jump back in and get these things researched, build the formation templates, and then we can start putting them into organizations, build them on Earth. We need to build probably a couple more of our troop transports, because I think they can only carry 25k a piece. So we're going to need 2 more of those at least. And then... oh, then I've got a design that I want to work on. Basically what we're going to do, if I obsolete this. So the Le Mans class raider ship that we captured, we're going to use this. Just a wide view. We're going to use this blueprint, if you will, to make our own anti-Le Mans Corvette. So it's going to be a similar size, and we're going to design it in a way where it's faster, has a longer range, a longer range weapon and a longer range engine, so that we can stay out of its range and just gun them down, because we'll be able to outmaneuver them. Because I think this is the fastest ship in their fleet. So if we can just use that, we can use this to wipe them out when they appear, so that we don't have to just wait for them to hit the planet. We can send these guys out and they'll just be on top of them. But that will wait until I get back. So I will see you guys shortly. We're back. Let's turn this back down. Hey. Why you are? Why am I like what? Just general, yeah. Because I'm an annoying bastard. Oh my god. Right. Where were we? We were designing ground forces. And we just set that up. I don't think we didn't click research though, did we? No. Okay, so you... Yeah, we want to design those faster than that. Cancel you temporarily. Then we'll go back to that one. And then once he's done that, let's start investing in some laser technology, I think. Yeah, that should do. Okay, so we've got those queued up. And I did promise you we would build a copy of, well, not a copy of, but a ship to counter the Le Mans Raider. Right, so let's do a new ship class. It's not going to be a Raider, but we'll leave it in this group for now. Just so we can easily switch back and forth. Let's give this a name. Let's go with the Bobcat. And this will be the 22-23 Bobcat. Okay, so let's open all of this stuff. Right, so we are going to want to have their railguns. If you haven't done what I've done here, I've captured their ship, so I've got their blueprint. If you haven't done that, you can go into the intelligence window and find the ship that you've got some intelligence on. You can see the technology and stuff, and you can kind of use this to gauge what they've got. So we know they've got 8 railguns on, which one's this? This is the Bezier, isn't it? So the Le Mans here, we've got 3 railguns, 4x4, so these are quad railguns, range of 160,000. But obviously we don't need this because we've got this. So we can see what their railgun tech is, and then we're going to build something that's longer range than that, that's also faster. Interestingly, they don't have any armor. I hadn't noticed that before. Yeah, they've also got the cloak on this as well. Okay. So we want some railguns. Let's have a look at what we've got. Because we just designed some for the ground, haven't we? Probably use these for this as well. Excuse me. Let's just go with two quad railguns. We're going to need 12 units of power, so I think we've got a reactor that could probably do that. No, we don't. We do not. We could put multiple of those on, but I think we put 2 6s on. Let's go design tech. This is the 22-23 Bobcat, and we want power plants. We want probably just deal with this. We could actually make it slightly bigger. Well, sorry, not slightly bigger, slightly smaller with a 10% boost. So that's 45 tons. Instead of 50, it's not really worth it for the 7% chance of exploding, 14% chance of exploding because there will be 2 of them. So let's just reduce this down to just enough. 6.2. Saves us 4 tons, which might add up. So we want 2 of those. We need beam fire control. If we're thinking this is going to be faster than them, so they're moving at 5,658, so we probably want to be moving around 6,000-7,000, so we'll target that as a tracking speed. So if we do a direct fire control, we want as long a range as possible. And then a 7,000. Let's do 7,500. Let's be optimistic. We want electronic hardening, multi-weapon fire control. Yes. Yeah, we'll have both guns trained on the same target. Yeah. And electronic countermeasures. That should be fine. That's 150 tons. That's not bad. Okay. So we are already outranging them. In fact, no, we're not outranging them because they're 160, aren't they? There's the oh, I need to go to this one. Yeah, they're 160. So we need, yeah, we can't use these SDO weapons. They have a max range of 120. So we need a slightly bigger railgun. Railgun. So we could do a 15 there. That gets us to 180. With a 10-second rate of fire. I prefer a 5-second rate of fire, but there's no way we can get that range high enough. And if we're doing a 10-second rate of fire, we might as well just do the 20 centimeter. But does add 5 extra tons. At 50 extra tons rather. And if we're doing 2 of these, that's an extra 100 tons. Because we only need to outrange them, like, by whatever their guns are. We don't, like, we can, at 180,000, we can outrange them by 20,000 kilometers. and we can just stay out of range of their guns, and then our damage output doesn't make a difference. So even though this would do more damage at a longer range, and also with this one we're still well within our 320 kilometers of our fire control. We could also go for a longer range but less shots, which would massively reduce the size. So if we go for that, so this would be 4 shots, 3 damage each, 300 tons, or 3 shots, 4 damage each, same rate of fire, 271 tons. So that makes more sense. Power requirement is now 9 though, rather than 6. But we can make that work because we can just add an extra reactor. The reactors, mind you, that's going to eat into our thing we've just saved weight on though, isn't it? We reduce that to 2 shots. Well, that keeps us to our 6. What were we working with here? If I take these reactors off. STO1. Yeah, so we need 12 power. I can cope with doing 8 damage. So 2 shots, because it does massively reduce the weight there. That gets our power requirement down to 6, which is exactly what we need. Let's do that. Rotate that one. Okay, so now we're outranging them. Right, let me screenshot this. So that I don't have to keep switching back and forth, and then we can have them on the same page. And see what's going on. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Okay, so we're outranging them by what is that? 80,000 kilometers. Our tracking speed is 5,000. Why is our tracking speed? Oh, because we haven't got an engine yet, so our engine will dictate our tracking speed. Rate of fire 10. Their rate of fire is only 15. Their fire control has... Okay, so their fire control has a long enough range just about to hit us, but their guns would not. So they could target us, but their guns wouldn't hit. Also, they have a tracking speed of 5,640, so if we can beat that, then that reduces their chance to hit anyway, even if we're within range. They've got three reactors. Is that right? Yeah. Oh yeah, 3 reactors each putting out like 4.3 or something. Okay. So total output of 12.8. Okay, we also don't need the decoy launchers, so we can save some space there. So sensors, cloak, jammers. Yeah, we'll do jammers. And then engine. Okay. Move that over there so I can just keep an eye on it. So let's grab some jammers. We'll do these. We'll do all of these. Do these stack? No. There's no point having multiple if they don't stack. Could also do a shield. Or a shield does make us glow like a beacon in the night. Command and control, we want... They just had an auxiliary. Which I can't remember what the auxiliary does. I need to write this down. Documentation archive. Auxiliary. Auxiliary control is one whole size, 50 buttons. Allows the assignment of the executive officer of the ship who will apply his full crew training bonus. The required rank of the ship commander is one above. Okay, so this helps us train our crew on board, which is very useful. Yes, my love? Turn the heating off. Yeah, sure. 1 minute. Ah, sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, I'm sat here with the webcam light right in my face. But I haven't turned the webcam back on because the green screen needs reconfiguring now that it's in its new spot. Oh, that should save my eyeballs a little bit. Alright, we don't need a primary flight control. We don't need a flag bridge. Tactical for the ship will place tactical bonus. That might be useful, but then it also increases the rank of the ship commander by 2 levels. I think we just stick with the auxiliary for now. Yeah, stick with auxiliary for now. Auxiliary control. Probably do want a damage control. We'll add some engineering spaces. Yeah, we'll get that AFR down. Yeah, that's plenty good. Plenty good. Right. So we need an engine. I would like to put a jump drive on it. We definitely need sensors. We don't necessarily need the ELIM, but we'll put one on anyway. We don't really need any cargo or anything like that. Tractor beam would be good if we could yeet other, like, space trash at people. That would be funny. But I don't think that's possible. Unfortunately. Right, we need an engine. What size was their engine? Ion drive was a 2,000 ton engine. Was actually fairly reasonable in terms of fuel economy. And their signature, so they had 560 of the signatures, so they must have had some thermal reduction tech on there as well. So we'll put our thermal reduction tech in. And let's have... If we knock this down by 1 tick, that's 5% less engine power, 12% fuel save. Or 10% for 23. 10% less power. 23% save fuel. I think that's worth it. And then let's have a look. What was their fuel use per hour? 223, whereas this is 500, but this is only a 500 ton engine. If we were to increase that to a 2,000, I think no, 40. Okay, so with our current tech, we would exceed their engine power. They've also got two ion drives on this, so for the same weight we'd exceed their engine power with twice as fuel efficient. Thermal signature's smaller. Cost is a little bit bigger. Less crew as well, which is nice. Quite expensive in terms of Galasite if we're having 2 of these on every one of these ships, though. I suppose that's probably part of the territory. I can make it a tiny bit more. drop this down to a 1,500 ton engine. Because we're a lot smaller than them at the minute anyway. I know we've still got a jump drive, an engine, and sensors and shit to put on, but... And a cloak, actually. Yeah, let's put a 1,500 ton for now. So this is the... Yeah, 1,500 ton. Let's prototype a 2,000 ton. And then let's just go for a 3,000 ton as well. So then we've got a few examples to play around with. Okay, so the 1,500 ton immediately faster than them. Just with a single engine as well. Their annual failure rate's insane compared to ours as well. Oh, mind you, yeah, they've got 5 engineering spaces. Yeah, we've got 10, so. And we've got an improved damage control. 32 billion range. Ours is 53. That's actually not bad. What if we stick 2 on? So our range would be the same, slightly more than theirs. Less fuel use, much lower signature, much lower explosion chance, a lot faster, but bear in mind we're going to add some weight with the jump drive and cloak and sensors. Okay. What about the 3,000 tons? This is the same as 2 of those. So what was that? That was 8110. 8110. So it's the same. 179 crew, 5,327 tons. Yeah, so this is basically the exact same. Except... Nope, it's the exact same amount of Galisite as well, so really that's... Let's just obsolete that. Let's try the 2,000 ton engine then. So if we have 2 of those, that bumps that up by an extra 1,000. It does bump the weight up though as well. By 1,000. Yeah. So we're 1,000 heavier, but we're also 1,000 faster. Okay. Plus, we've only got 250 litres of fuel. What have they got? 700,000 litres. So we've got room to add more fuel as well, potentially. Okay. We'll do a jump drive. I'm going to guess we're probably going to end up around 10,000 tons, same as them. So we'll aim for a jump drive of 10,000 tons to start with. Where is it? Jump engines. 10,000 ton. Right, we'll do 10 kiloton. That's only 703. That's less than I thought. That gives us 3,000 tons for sensors, cloak, and potentially more weapons. Okay, let's protect that. Let's put our 1,500 ton engines on as well. Save us even more space. Okay. We now need a cloak. And we're going to say 10,000 tons on that as well. That's a really awkward size. 10.2 kilotons. Cloak. Cloak device. There we go. Okay, so our total cross section is 24. Theirs is 20, but they do have the 90% reduction. We only have the 85. We are now slightly slower than them though, so we might need to use the bigger engine. Okay, we're still within range. We're 500 kilometers a second faster than them. No, we're not. We're what's that? 350 plus 500, so we're 800 kilometers a second faster than them at the minute, and we are 1,000 tons lighter. Using 17 less crew. Got a smaller thermal signature. We're slightly bigger on the cross section. We've got a ridiculously good IFR. Or AFR could do with a little bit of work. Got a long maintenance life, that's fine. We do need to change this. So they've got 6 months deployment. Let's change ours to 8 months. Yeah, 8 months should be fine. What else do we have left to add? We've done the cloak. We need the sensors. We're not doing that. Done all of this. Done that. We need fuel still. So erase that. We've done all of those. So we just need the sensors now. But now that we're at the end of the build, we know how much room we've got to work with, because we know we can't go above 10,000 tons for the jump drive. And 10,200 for the cloak. The cloak had to be at least as big as the jump drive. We could make the jump drive 200 tons, 200 kilotons bigger, but it's not worth it. I think we'll be less than 10,000 anyway. Design tech. No, I've already got a design tech open with the correct proportions. So give me a thermal sensor. What is their sensor range? So the thermal sensor sensitivity 24. Where is their thermal sensor? sensitivity so high? Oh, because it's bigger. Detect thermal signature strength of 20. Oh no, it's cross section. Thermal signature of 269. So we would fall somewhere between this. So if we say they were at 100, we want to pick them up at... What's with that's if they're moving. Which they would be, because they'd be trying to come get us, wouldn't they? So let's say... More sensitive... We could probably get away with a size 2. 100 tons. Let's do that. 100 ton. Thermal sensor. And let's do the same for the EM sensor as well. Keep those two the same. And then we want a active sensor. So they've got a radius 1. And a resolution 1 and a resolution 113, which is really random. So let's do our resolution 1 sensor first. It's a size 9, which would be 75 tons. GPS 32, 9 million kilometers. Similar, yeah. So ours is slightly better. Can we see what the weight was on that? 100 tons. Whereas this is 75. So if we build 100 ton. 9 million kilometers, 10.5 million, 812, 952. Okay, so yeah, we're smashing them on that. And then we want... Oh, I see. They've tried to target a 5,650 ton object. Okay. It's a very specific size, that. You can't even build something that size. I suppose you can if you change the sensor. Oh, no. No. This is a 150 ton sensor. Weird. So ours are a similar size. Let's just drop this down to a nice 5,000. I'm still detecting it longer range than they are anyway. 4,000. 3,000 ton object. We probably do want a big... Let's do a 5,000. Let's keep it nice and simple. 150 tons, which is the same as theirs. 150. So we want Bobcat. Bobcat. Let's put an E-lint on there as well. We might have to take that off actually. Okay. Are we slightly slower than them now? No, we're still faster. We probably don't need the E-lint module because we've got that on the carrier. That gives us even more of a speed advantage there. Missile jammer, we probably do want that because we're kind of vulnerable to missiles. Fire control, sensor jammer. Sensor jammer on a cloaked ship. Do we need that? I suppose it's good to kind of do their disappearing thing like they've been doing. We should probably increase the range on this though. Let's add another large fuel. That should be fine. Still outspeeding them. I think that's good. We're gonna avoid armor because they've not got armor, so we probably can avoid it. Well, we might actually be able to fit. We could fit 3 layers of armor on. And still be faster than them. That does give us a bit of a safety net, doesn't it? Yeah, I think I quite like that. Just trying to determine how much of an increment failure rate I can cope with. I think that should be fine. Maybe one more just to drop that annual failure rate down below 100. Because that gives us plenty of maintenance supply points as part of the engineering spaces. So we don't need to bring more maintenance supplies with us. We're not going to be out for 5 years. We're probably not even going to be out for 1 year. We've got more maintenance supplies than we need. Maybe we work on this basis then. Maybe we reduce this, which is reducing our MSP, but as long as our MSP is above this number. So this is a bit tight. So in 1 year the estimate is 680. We might use more than that. But we've only got 703. We're probably not going to be out for a full year, but we've got about a year's worth here based on completely average numbers. It might be more, it might be less. So I'm going to add one more engineering space back in because that's 870 and we would average 540. I should probably go for twice that because if the engine or the jump drive, whatever this is, breaks twice in a row, we're fucked. So maybe engineering. Yeah, 7 should be fine. So 7 gets us 1200. Well, more than 1200, and our max repair, 2 times our max repair is less than 1200. So we should be fine. That might give us a bit more room for more armor. Ooh, 6 layers of armor. We're over by 60 tons. So the two, we could either drop that down to 5 and then add up the remaining bits of fuel to make it a 10,000 ton ship. Or we could add 6. Or we could drop it down to 4 and just get the extra speed. Or even 1 and just have an insane, what's that, 400 kilometers a second lead on them. But also, if we do get hit, we are fucked. So we probably do want a bit of armor. Let's go with 5 and add more fuel. You bastard. Okay. 5760 versus their 5658. So we are, call those 5660. We're 100 kilometers a second faster, so we can catch them, albeit slowly. We've got vastly more range than they do with less fuel. Got a longer deployment time, a longer maintenance life, a better incremental failure rate, and an better annual failure rate. We've got a jump drive, they don't. We've got armor, they don't. We've got less crew, which just means less weight. They've got a 10 smaller cross section than us, but we've got a smaller thermal signature. So we show up as a smaller blip on the radar, or we show up from a much smaller distance. Which means we might be able to shoot them without even being seen. Because their thermal sensor... Oh yeah, you know, their thermal sensor will detect... which is it, this one? No, we want the thermal sensor. The thermal sensor will detect a strength 100, which is less than ours at 12 million kilometers. So they will see us. Just trying to think if there's any way to make it. No, there's probably no way to make it so they can't see us. Right, so I think that is actually a really good ship design. And it's 10,000 tons, so we can build that in a really small shipyard. It's a really small naval shipyard. And put a ton of slipways on it, so we can build a lot of them. So even though it's going to take 3 1/3 years to build, we can build like 3 of them at a time, or 9 of them, or 12 of them, or whatever. Right, let's research all these components. We're going to research the ground troop stuff first, and then we'll design this. But we can get the shipyard ready. And we're going to change it from being a raider, because I don't think this is a raider. I think this is a corvette. And we are 223 years into the game, and we've built our first attack corvette. Go, guys! Whoop, whoop! Right. Let's have a look. What shipyards have we got? Okay, so we should just build a new naval shipyard. Give me a 1 naval shipyard, please. And you can drop this down to 20. But then I want 1 at 80. So that's going to take a couple of months, and then we can put all our eggs back in that basket. That's past time. Should probably save it actually. Yeah, let's save. Terraforming installations completed at Ganymede. Why is my phone not charging? Because the charger's not plugged up. There we go. That's why the charger's not charging. Right, terraform installations completed. Ganymede. That means we can dump all the rest into these orbital habitats. Terraform installations. This is also another reason why we were running out of duranium. Do you have enough duranium for this thing? Yes. How's Earth doing? Earth has enough for its projected usage, but not by a long way. Okay. Have we got someone picking up terraforming installations at Ganymede? We have. You're loading terraforming installations, taking them to Venus. Okay. We just need more pops at Venus now. Oi, whoa, wee, whoa, wee, whoa, wee, whoa, ee, whoa. Wee, whoa. Gwent. Why is the Gwent here? Why have they left Procyon? Why did I tell the Gwents to move? Oh, they were going to restock on ground units, weren't they, to defend that planet with? Okay. You've got the rat on top of us as well, aren't they? Okay. Actually, this is good. Let's see if we can just get away from them. Which we can. And we did. Good. There's a lot of those ships in here, so let's use those as target practice when we build our new fleet. Research completed. Reinforcement chopper. Great. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these small techs popping up as we go through the ground unit stuff. I think we've done the STO stuff now, so let's design the STO ground unit as well, so we can just pop that straight in. Static, heavy armor, surface door. Does it need heavy armor? Yes, it probably does. Yeah, because heavy armor doesn't really affect the size, it's just the railgun itself, isn't it? Okay, so we've got the 120s done, we're just waiting on the 480 now, aren't we? So these are going to avoid ground combat. So at the max range of the gun, we have a 60% chance to hit. That's pretty good. .36 million sensor range. Nice. So this is a 22, 23, 20 km STO. And then we'll wait for the 480, which should be any second now. Combat engineer. Yeah, we should be our complex is done on Earth, so let's pop all of that production back into you. All of the terraforming installations on Earth have been moved, which was F-21s. So what else is on Earth that we need to shift somewhere else? I don't think anything at the minute, is there? Yeah, you just hang out there for a bit. Okay, so the big railgun is done. So we want static, heavy armor, surface to orbit weapon. We want the 420. Avoid combat. So the max range of the fire control here is 400. The max range on the weapon is 420. Limited by the fire control. Okay, so this actually isn't as good as we hoped. So we need a longer fire control range to effectively use this. Okay. Well, we won't bother with this one then. We'll just use the these ones. FYI, we got ice on the server. Yeah, I noticed. I did log in there this morning. I started putting together a bit of a large grid ship. Yeah, no, I appreciate you going and getting all those materials. It does definitely help. I'll jump on a bit tomorrow and we'll do some more experimenting. Yeah, we won't bother with that railgun. It's unfortunate. The 120 is fine. We've got a long range on the existing surface to air weapons, so we'll probably use them a bit more. Surface to deposits of core might have been exhausted on core. It's fine as long as we've got plenty of corundum and galisite coming back. Oh god, I'm so tired. Right, keep going. Get me more research, please. Just working on the last bits of the ground force tech, and then we can start building those. The Columbia has been built at Mars. So Balmung, can you please go to Mars and do that? And can you then go to Mars, load yourself with colonists, please? Oh, we've got aliens in Sol. Whereabouts are you? Oh, you're miles away. You're out in Uranus's orbit, so that's fine. Looks like we're about to have some more scrap for the power boys. Ah, nice. They weren't expecting us to have ground units there. Don't know if I'll be on when you're awake. Best would be on your night time. Yeah. I'll wait until later on in the evening. Don't worry. Yeah, I know you're going to be working. I'm assuming you'll probably be quite late. We'll probably could probably do after D&D on Sunday if you want. Yeah, that's one ground unit on Procyon A2. One, it wrecked one of their ships. Let's have a look. The 14th STO cluster core. Yeah, because this is the artillery is the long range. The core is the main damage dealer, like the heavy, and then this is the fast one. So just low damage, but he does it quickly. They shot 24 times, penetrated 23, knocked the engine clean out of it. Then the burst one, the rapid fire, shot 30 times, only hit 10 because it's got a lower chance to hit. But it did it to a different ship. And then the long range one hit the same ship as this and destroyed it by 32 shots. Chance to hit 110% because it wasn't moving. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. What's left here? So we've got 4 more things to take out. We took out 2 of them. Okay, so they did manage to hit our STOs from space, but they didn't kill any of them. That's good. We destroyed 2 more of their Le Mans ships, and there's 2 left. And now there's 1 left. We took another hit, but didn't suffer any damage. And there they all go, so that's all them done. So now we've got even more wrecks for the pile. Let's group these together. Jesus Christ! Even grouped. That's a lot of scrap. How many actual scrap ships have we got? 56 Atlases. That's my old, original fighter ship. I don't know what the Amber is. I think that's one of the Procyon ships. 19 Le Manses, 5 Beziers, 8 Rigels. I think the Emerald, the mineral class ones here, they are the local enemies. And then all the French name ones are the Raiders. Yeah, that's insane. It's an insane amount of trash to pick up. Rex. Okay, let's go back to Sol. Wait for the inevitable wreckage to appear there. Why they're just chilling. Well, there's no time to chill. We're going to send out our missile guys. So, come on, guys. I know you are technically scientists, but can you go and blow those fuckers out of the sky for me? So, combat, railgun. And then we want all of you contacts. I know all the stuff in brackets identifies various races, but that doesn't help if you don't have them set to useful identifiers. Doesn't help if you don't have them set to useful identifiers. Oh, this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. We can rename them. So this would be... They're not technically solid aliens, these are the Raiders. SPR Space Raiders. It's kind of crisp, I think. I don't know if you guys have Space Raiders. These like puff snacks. Delicious. Right, so the scientific explorers are there. For some reason, the strike group's just hanging out a million miles away. This is probably because they ran out of fuel. That's why, because they decided to follow them for 3 fucking days. Eastern US. Yeah, they're kind of like, if you get chipsticks or Monster Munch or Skips, you probably have Skips. They're very similar, just obviously different flavors. Right, we need. I fucked up here because now our fighters and our missile guys are out of fuel, so I need to send the Gwent fleet to go and pick them up. So remove that, remove that, remove that. You guys go and find your friends. Who's closer? The strike group, strike group, strike. Jesus Christ. Okay, so just go and find those. Don't skip time too quickly. And now we should be able to just load them on board. Land on assigned mothership and subfleet. They must have just been slightly a pixel off to one side. So now they should be able to go and dock up here. There we go. Okay, so now we should just send them back to Earth for now. Okay, movement orders, go back to Earth. Refuel, resupply, load ordnance. Then hopefully they'll just go to a planet and just get wrecked. Still tagging them as... If I destroy correct names. No. What was the other ship that they had? Destroyer escort. So the Bezier is a destroyer escort. Set class hull. Destroyer escort. So now when we come in here, we can see they're a D, they're an RD. That should fix them. There they are. Beautiful. Go on, you know you want him. Yeah, I feel like there's a massive fleet just outside our territory here. Just waiting to come inside. And give us free things. Sigma Cephi, survey complete. Hendrik, well done. Right, where's Sigma Cephi? I think it's down far south. Yes, so let's do Chi Draconis next, since there is also a jump point there. There's nothing there to explore, so maybe he'll just go there. Yeah, these original STOs that we built are still crazy. They've got really short range, but there's so many of them, they just get absolutely wrecked. Oh, I did have an idea. Do we still have our boarding? We don't have any boarding comets left. Do we have some current ground force space marines? Well, the docking space marines. We do. We do. I wanted to do a funny. We're going to need to build some fighters though. Fire. Is it the Vindicator? No, the Comet. You're not obsolete. Well, technically you are, but you'll do for this purpose. Comet. Give me like 10 of these. We want to put those in the boarding comets. Yeah, it won't take very long. So when they get close enough, these ships are fucking slow as shit. So we're gonna just send a boarding party of marines there and just steal them. Doesn't matter if the ship survives. We're doing them just coming closer to Earth, to be honest with you. Because I want to know what the Rigel is. What's the range on the Comet? 900 million? Yeah, we can get there. Have we built any yet? No, nearly. Oh, they're trying to attack the old colony ship, so that's okay. Because we don't really care that much. Plus, they're on the way back home, so it's not the end of the world. These guys are slowing down time far too much. Ship destroyed. Right, fighter constructed. And we killed 4 of their ships. A Rigel survived. The Sphinx took a bit of armor damage, but otherwise is okay. I don't think we're going to be able to get there in time. Movement orders. Well, first off, break out the fleet. You've got go to Earth, Lord Ground Unit, give me a Space Marine. And then contacts. Go to the Rigel. Attempt boarding action, all formations. It's going to take 27.7 hours, but we can make it there. Except it got killed, so no. Okay, well, new plan. We'll refuel and then we'll send him back. Movement orders go to. This is Jupiter, isn't it? Yeah. So Ganymede, go to Ganymede, refuel. Then go back to Earth and refuel. Hendrik Lorenz, just go through that jump point, please. Okay, we've got another comet. Comet, detach. Go to Earth. Load a ground unit. Give me a Space Marine. How far is this? That's just a bit too far. Well, it's not a bit too far. They probably could make that. Let's risk it. Let's risk it. Not fleets, contacts. Edo. Attempt boarding action. Nope, too far. Ah, now they're stuck. Yeah, they ran away. We have a tug ship though that can go and grab you. Movement orders, go. What is he called? Comet 7. Ooh. You found some nice looking stuff. 10 planets, 44 moons, 2 comets. Very nice. And of course, there is a hostile contact here. Rip. It's fine. Coma Berenice. I didn't even try to say that guy. Yeah. We're exploring a bit too fast. We've got too much space to cover right now. So I'm trying to cut down my ships, which means, unfortunately, cutting down my ability to give a fuck. You guys, what's this number here? I'm assuming that's something to do with hostile forces or something. Low fuel, Comet 7. Yeah, because you just got tugged back. You just didn't refuel, did you? Wooden comets, you just stay there for now. Comet 7 needs to come down. Well, it needs to go up technically to the General Navy. Then it needs to go back to Earth and refuel. Danger rating versus protection value. Okay. So at the minute, there's a lot of enemy ships here, but we've got some defenses because we've got a couple of we've got quite a lot of guns on the survey fleet in the minute. That's fine. I'm kind of waiting for them to fall into the trap. If they get too close to us, we can just go and try and capture some of their ships because these comets are very quick. So as long as they can get in range without getting shot, this should be good. Well, it seems they are currently hiding in the darkness. The retooling for the Pegasus C-class has been completed. Beautiful. Let's get some of those being built, please. Colonial Bus Depot. Build for me. Colonial Transportation, Pegasus C's. And just build... How many have we got? Oh yeah, we've got... These don't cost very much. Let's just build 5. Regiment HQ's done. Light Mac tank up next. Light Mac tank done. Heavy... Alright, so that he's done now with all of his ground troop research, I think. Yeah, Bobcat. So we do want to research this one. I'm going to cancel your orders for the minute. And we're going to give you this one. And then we want heavy vehicle armor. And then super heavy. Ground unit, super heavy vehicle. Then super heavy bombardment weapon. It's fine. So we need to finish that last STO research. It should not be taking this long. I guess it just did take that long. Okay. Right, so let's get our formations done, and then I'm going to call it a night, I think. Okay, so we want a new formation. So this is the 22-24. First contact, assault, troopers. Yeah. And we want these guys. We want a headquarters. We want some light anti-vehicle. And did we not have a gunner? Or did I not click the button on it? I must not have clicked the button. I must not have clicked the button. Some heavy assault infantry and personal weapons. Suppose we could just deal with those, because those, mind you, they get 6 shots, but they also cost 6 ground support points. And twice as expensive. Well, twice as big, so we can fit half as many of them in. Yeah, let's just go with the heavy assault infantry. I think I'd rather have more assault infantry, to be honest. Let's change this to 675. Yeah, 10,000 HP. Okay, so we've got the assault group. We also need We do need the long range artillery and the combat engineers, but not for the, not just yet. That's 5,000. Need to get rid of some of this. Sleep. Good lord, we've designed a lot of fucking ground units in over this campaign, considering I knew fuck all about them to begin with. These STLs, I'll leave those there for right now. Service HQ, that's new. Scientific HQ, that's new. Get rid of these. think we need a light vehicle HQ, don't we? Yeah, I think we do. Light vehicle. Headquarters, 5,000. Mobile. 22, 24. Mobile. Mobile. Comms. Station. Void combat. What did I miss? Oh, no, just box launcher guy retired. I know he was killed. Got it. Got it, mate. Got it. Fortunately, there's someone with 2 labs available willing to step in. Maybe be a bit careful with the explosives. If you don't mind. Oh, the jump stabilization ships are done. Let's wait to send those out until we've got our new corvettes. F-31's done with the terraforming. So you can just go resupply Ganymede and just wait there for a bit. How's Venus doing with that? We need more jobs. Need more people, not more jobs. Okay. We actually do. We didn't tell the last one to do anything, did we? Yeah, you go and where are you? Ganymede, refuel, resupply, load colonists. Why you only have 35% MSP? Because Ganymede doesn't have a huge amount of MSP. That's fine. Just get what you can. Yeah, do that. And then the Balmung, can you go and pick them up, please? Thank you very much. Light mobile comm stations done. Unit formation designs. So that, let's get rid of the underground field bunker for the logistics support. And give them light mobile comm station instead. And then the same for tactical. They want a Mac tank and a tactical jeep. let's just leave that as 100. Nice round numbers. Well, round numbers here, not so much there. That's fine. So we've got our engineering group. Which are in a solid bunker. The assault team. Tactical support. Logistics. What else do we need? $24. Assault. Regiment. You just need one of those. Two, 4 assault vision. NSD. We need one of those. Where's our what do you call them? There they are. Our artillery. So this is 22, 24. We are going to have to adjust this because We've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we actually want 5 because the regiment HQ is 25k. Probably squeeze logistic support in with combat engineering. Change this to 5 rather than 15. Actually, what we could do, we could put the it still eats into that percentage, doesn't it? That's the problem. Suppose the surface to orbits actually don't need to be part of the initial ground combat. Change this back to 15. I think I can cope with that. Two, 24. So this is standard ground salt Italian. And we want troopers in that. No, we don't. We want this to be ground salt. Vision. So the first regiment is just to absorb hits. We've got a ton of HP. Probably fit another one in there as well, but we should probably Okay, I think that looks about right. Now we go to Earth and we build them. And if we go to Earth now, go to ground unit training, we're building. It's going to take next to no time to put those together. The STOs are the biggest bit. About 2-3 months each. 4 months each. Still not as bad as the original ones. The original STOs took what, 2.5 years. No, I think that's good. And then we also want to build. How big is the Trojan? 25,000 tons, and we've currently got 2 of them, I think. Need to get rid of these strike groups. Yes, we need 2 more Trojans. Actually, technically, we probably want the Orca bees. I think the Orca bees were more designed for. Yeah, they got a lot of armor. And I think they've got drop bays as well. Ugh. Okay, that should be better. It's got double the armor, double the speed. Well, not quite, but slightly more range on the sensors. Can add more fuel to it. It's got the same range now. Slightly less fuel efficient. But I'm okay with that. Yeah, huge range on that now. So it's taking a long time to build though. Could be engines maybe? Maybe it's just because of the armor. Yeah, the armor's a big factor. Excuse me. No, I think we just use the military one we designed, the Gwent. That's fine. So shipyards, Gwent, surveying dockyard. Give me 2 more Trojans, please, and stick them in scientific explorers. You're already building 5. And they're nearly done. Okay, cool. Great. Alright, let's save that. And we will pick this up, I suppose, later today, since it's now 1:45 in the morning. Whoops. Alright, catch you guys later on. Adios.